Okay, I am about to get started. And I think I'm going to start on, well, it's between Earth-like Mars and Pertum. Well, could be, will right. Mars will probably go with Pertum. All right, there we go. I'm gonna need oxygen occasionally, but I think we'll be all right. It looks like we're gonna get a pretty decent Pretty decent drop. Yeah, nice. Alright. So, or the game could freeze and we have to reset up everything. Yep, that could happen. Bear with me. Whilst I figure this out. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. I just need to get, yeah, probably need to turn down my settings again. I was saying I'll probably get a pretty good drop. It looks like a pretty good drop. It was last time before we crashed. And we already have silicon, which we just don't need. Right, let's go with a quick medium quality set. Just be nice to my graphics card. And now we want to talk to the ore detector. I've got one of the things I've got is one of the mods I've got is extended ore detector range, so 250 on this guy. We want to make everything visible. Right. Then we need to convert this thing. What do we got? We got cobalt and iron. Iron's only 229. We only need to move. Yeah, we need to move to where we're kind of at the iron. We can go get cobalt at our leisure. So nice. This is a very good drop. Let's just save the game to be sure we're here if it crashes on us again. Do we even need to... Oh, there's iron over there too. Right, the only thing we don't have is nickel. Which is fine, because we can get nickel out of the ground. We don't even need to move. We can just stay right here. So, step one is getting enough stuff I think it's time for a new color scheme. I think we'll go with dirty yellow. Maybe an orange. I really like carbon fiber though. Yeah, let's build everything in carbon fiber with a darkish, nice dark orange. Sure. Right. Well, we do need some panels or some plates. Got mostly quality of life mods going here. Including block renaming, mechanical keybinds, the colorful HUD, various other things. What else there is? Hostile takeovers. Nothing really out there. Quieter tools. Well, we've got some plates now. What I really want to do is, what we got there? An ore processing facility. Nice. What I really want to do is get ourselves set up with our initial kind of base. Now we're not gonna do much on this base because we're gonna almost immediately build out a I don't have any interior plates yet, although maybe I can get a few. Construction comps. You definitely want power first. That landing gear is fine, so we can lose that. can lose the hydrogen, which gets us 4 grids. The timer block here. Get through the parachute hatch. There's nothing in the cargo container, so that's a computer for us. That's the generator. That runs the generator to the survival kit, which continues to give us hydrogen bottles. Right. Oh yes, colorful icons is another one that we've got going. Alright, we should be able to, yes, at least start a windmill. Oh, no. We get these guys here, we can immediately increase our windmill usage as soon as we need it, which we will pretty quickly.
Fuel low.
Yep, fuel low. Ow.
Fuel critical.
We're going up again. And make sure. Right. Well, I'm not gonna build any more of those for the moment. We're just gonna make this guy as big as we can. I need more motors. Right, well, before we go for motors and whatnot, we need a battery. But on every bar, I like to have welder and grinder. Multi-tool. What is that? I want that. Right. Then we need a battery. I don't want the battery to be a part of our detachables, because you know what, we're gonna be able to build lots of batteries. But I like to work with batteries. Right, cargo terminal. Right. There's some things that I'm not used to in here, and I think they come with the Fieldwork DLC. Various access points that are kind of cool. But we are definitely going to, what do you need? Interior plate. Right. Let's go get that interior plate off this guy. That'll at least get us started. Cargo container. Basic assembler. Lock underneath it. Basic refinery. That gives us our basic stuff. As soon as we start thinking about going to advanced, we're going to start building our ship, which will just come right off of here, basically. Probably about there. What we'll do is put a connector down, but I don't want to do that because I want the connector to actually attach to the cargo, so I'll have to think about this. Well, we want to go straight for a plunge drill, which requires, at its most basic, we'll probably rebuild it several times while we're working on it. At its most basic, it's just going to be a couple of pistons, and a drill. And some conveyors. Yeah. Of course, we need some stuff first, so we got to do some basic hand mining. Although maybe I should go for that unknown signal. I don't think I have. I do have a hydrogen bottle. Probably carry the oxygen bottle as well. We are on Pertum. Yeah. I'm just going to build a plunge drill out here, and then we're going to not need to grind so hard on mining. Out of the way somewhere. Let's go down with right click first. Because this stuff isn't worth the effort. So we're actually in ground, or closer to it anyway. Going to be a bit of hand mining first. We're still in sand. And then of course, have the problem I always have, which is, where is the exit? This stuff goes in there, right? Why don't you build me some ingots? Yeah, it's just... First little bit is a bit tedious, I have to say. Alright. Let's just refill everything real quick. And roll out for the unknown signal. I guess there's a free fly weekend right now with extra skin drop rates on the extra rares. So we should get something good. Carpet drill, I don't know if I have that one. But it doesn't matter because what I really want is all of this stuff. Oh yeah, I do have grabby hands too. Another mod I've got going on in here. Oh, nice. And immediately a new drill. And nickel. Right. Luckily, there's still a respawn pod marker there. I usually forget to make my base marker a few times. I'll be a good planetary steward and clean all this up. Alright, let's go get our power going. Can't drill without power. Still need girders. Okay. Well, we can probably make girders. Alright, grids in the cargo container. There we go. We've still got 4 grids. Nice. I was saying I need my grids on. Critters. It's on the power tip. Nice. Okay, we've got power. That's awesome. Battery's going to be the next most important thing. Maybe. Assembler and refinery are pretty important, but actually we want to build drill. For that we need interior plate. If the windmill can run the drill, oh, we do have interior plate. Do we want to go for just a straight up more complex I go, the more we have to hand mine. Just go. Come on. Only 1 piston to start, and then 1 drill to start. How to get our new drill in place though. What are we missing? I guess I'm not. Oh. Alright, so that's all of that, but it really doesn't do much unless we have the cargo container. not be put into production, I wonder. Need interior plate. So the plan is to build a large grid vector thrust ship with all the basics on it, so that we can go exploring and get off the planet. From there we'll see. My plan is to get off the planet this session, if I can. Tubes, plates, motors, right. You guys first. I don't even have small tubes. Oh, I can't even make small tubes. How am I supposed to... Must have some tubes in here I can... Well, there's some large tubes. Need the antenna. Tubes there. Alright, well, we're at a bit of a loss until I can find some tubes. Really want to keep those two connected up, though. And the beacon, you know what? That's got a tube in it. And it doesn't matter, because, like, and the antennas, we want that stuff, though. Right. We need a lot of tubes. About maybe having a GPS over here. And then we're going to fly 3K and maybe get some tubes. Alright, we will make it back. I'm not seeing any buttons in here though. Oh. This interior plates is better than nothing, but I want my tubes. Give me tubes, man. There's the button panel. Underneath. Let me look. Huh. Got nothing, apparently. Maybe that's because I ground up the one thing first. I don't know. But that's all the tubes we got. All the tubes we're gonna get from that thing. All. Yeah, just still short the tubes. Guess having this guy is important. Displays and some steel plates, huh? Right, so place to offload, and I need to get all of my ingots. We can kill any production we've got going in here. We just want our tubes. That really is what it is. Nice. We got going here. We don't need that anymore. We need that. It's just steel plate. Nice. And functional. Don't need that or that or that. Alright. Just a bit more in the sand zone. build up. And get you build up. And lose that. Can we do iron now? I think we can do iron now. I think I should be just getting iron and not worrying about the sand anymore. I mean, I'm still going to use the plunge drill, but I should just be, yeah, I should totally just be getting the individual stuff. We've got iron and cobalt, which we don't need that much of, but it'll come in handy later. And we can't, I don't think we can do cobalt with default thing. Maybe we can. There's our button. Nothing. So much for increased drop rates. Be keen. Nice. We upgraded. Oh, and that stuff. Hold. You go away there. All right. Nothing off the ground there if I'm not careful. We kept the ore detector and the antenna on the drop pod because I want to keep broadcasting my locations. But we should go get iron and whatnot. No, okay. Go get some iron. There it is. It's actually really close. Wow, look at that. Right on the surface. I'm not sure I've ever seen it that close to the surface before.
Inventory full.
Speed things up just a little bit. Let's go for another couple loads of that. Ooh.
Inventory full.
What is your deal, bro? I feel like these things were not ever... Why could these not be put into production? What components do I have that can't be put into production? Enough power. Why? Is that because we're still doing... craftable. I thought basic would do that. It's just basic is just stand, huh? Okay, well that sucks. I'm forgetting how these things work apparently. Back to the hand mines. I thought basic refineries could do iron ore. But here's what I know. Power. Is that Joaquin out of Vayyne?
Inventory full.
Hello.
Inventory full. Inventory
Yeah.
full.
Power for sure. It is processing something. Okay, it is processing iron ore. I thought it would. We need another one to use. Okay, just girders. Oh, and interior plates. Now, well, we can get some interior plates. Oops. Okay, well, that's one way to deal with it. So, typical classic. Just a little bit too far is basically. Might as well take all these and just go with the power. We need the girders though. So it's 24. I don't need 200. There we go. It's a working. Enough for that. Okay, so we definitely do have iron going here. Oh, we've got all the iron processed, and that's why the assembler's working. Well, that, and I now have 2. Am I too low still? Could that be a part of the problem because of the hill behind us? Let's look at optimal. Okay, that's all we can ask for. And, well, I've definitely got that stuff going. Now the question is, do we still even want to go for a sand plunge drill? It does just help with the basic components, but we can get them a lot faster if we can find nickel. Nickel's going to be our blocker for the moment. One thing I was going to do, though, was give ourselves a little bit more of a... Okay, we're going to lose all that stuff. Leeway here because we're going to build something. We want to come off that. Put all of our interior plate into that could be enough room. Or it's just a matter of waiting for steel plate at this point. Do I even need those? I don't think I need those. I mean, I kind of do, but not the most immediate thing, actually. But knowing that I do have a shot at running iron, let's get some more.
Energy low.
I want to fix that too.
Inventory full.
Really? Can't withdraw 17? Alright. Alright. That at least. One. Oh, missed that one. Go get us some silicon. This is gonna be a big one though. One's actually kind of as deep as usual.
Inventory full.
Really ought to get that battery rolling too, honestly. Although now that we're hooked up to that, I think I want the battery to be on that. Or we will be hooked up to that anyway. That was smart of me to weld that bottom one up first, so that I couldn't get this cargo container from that side. Right, well, we can get it from this side now, so that's cool. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna go out, on a spine of conveyors, but actual conveyor blocks. we actually need all of those right off. Actually, we need them to not be there right off, because I need to put a cargo container in here. So first it's 3 of them, and then the cargo container. And then 3 more. That gives us 7. We need at least 11 or 12, because it would have been helpful to put the battery in the line. But no, not in that line. Yeah, we need 12 so that our thrusters don't burn each other. So rather than running this battery, you'll put the battery up there somewhere. Not on that, though. We'll start with 2. Unfortunately, we don't have it. Right. Short here. Power cells and steel plates. For some reason, computers. Which I have. Probably the second battery, yep. Alright, it's just steel plates and power cells now. And power cells are nickel iron. Okay. Move those up to the front. See how long it's going to take us to be short on nickel. We've got 40. It's 0.2 per. I might make it. Oh, we've also got another 24 over there. Yeah, we really do need to hook up a nickel source. What's up, that dude? How's it going? Hopefully just started on this project. I'm going to try to do a vector thrust mobile base in large grid here. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how far I get before I go back to being a stealth archer. I mean, building a normal ship. I'm just gonna leave this support in right here. I mean, I might take it out, but if I leave it in, then I accidentally disconnect that stuff, then it doesn't just fall to the ground. That's the idea anyway. We're getting some batteries on this thing. Yeah, vector thrust mobile base. Just a flat brick with some thrusters on it and all the power and whatnot. Oh, cargo. B6. I didn't stick any in there. Good. I only got the first set queued up. Right, it's just steel plate now on this guy. All the stuff for this battery as well. A production problem, I think. Yeah, we need find all these guys. We're gonna need all this stuff anyway, so there's no reason to do it all separately like that.
Energy low.
It'll add a little bit of extra raison to the proceedings when I'm flying a vector thrust mobile base, because as you remember from my last stream, they are kind of explodey. Maybe we'll slap a plunge drill on it. Just a straight down plunge drill based on the cargo bin there. I'm going to try to mitigate that explodiness by putting a buffer around the edges of the thrusters, since they won't need any side-to-side looking stuff. In fact, I don't even need to have that spinny thruster on the back that pushes side to side, because I can just turn, at least to start. But that one's a little bit weird because, yeah, it needs a 5-block difference. It needs a 5-block buffer for, well, I could use a small one. I kind of want to use the large thrusters for at least the 4 lifting, pushing thrust, and then the side-to-side thrust can go on later, and it could be small grid, so it was not as, what is that, a 3-block? That a 3-block distance, danger distance for damaging components. Anyway, I have a visual. I just don't know if it's a great option or not. Alright, well, we've got 1 battery. Oh, and most of another. Nice. Power cell short for some reason. Oh, not anymore. Right, so that's that. We don't need these guys in our list anymore. We need that guy. This is going to be a little bit wonkety. I'm not going to need modules just yet, but okay, that could go there, but I don't like it. Right. We'll go 1 there, and we still got that warfare battery, 25 computers, but we somehow don't need that. Alright, let's get conveyor off that, and a conveyor off that, and that will give us this refinery, which I'll put there, and whoops, assembler. Right there. Of course, that's funking out the weight stuff, but we'll have to just keep looking. Fill ourselves up. Alright, so as far as thrust goes, we are going to want some room. More steel plate. we don't seem to have any of. Put a rotor on this bar. Rotor. One. We're still going to need more power and more storage, obviously, but we can actually now get stuff out of here, which is good. Just get you a little bit going there. So we got the 10 grids. Those hydrogen thrusters are really nice from the unknown signals. I need to fill up with hydrogen before I go for that signal. Those signals have been giving me grids. Ooh, I did not refill my hydrogen bottle. Okay, where? Oh, it's already doing it. Now we have to figure out where the button is. Nope, no special items, but we did shut off the silliness. Hey, Lucifer. Some mods, mostly just, oh, nice, to round out my welder. Quality of life type stuff. And I have like easy block renaming and and mechanical keybinds for cranes and whatnot if I ever decide I need those. I need one, which I shouldn't need in this playthrough because it's not. Do I actually need? I don't need these steel plates like enough to make that effort worth it. Ouch. Alright, yep, I have to run back. That sucks. My health is pretty low too. Yeah, quieter tools. I do have a ore detector longer range mod that makes ore detectors a little bit better since they're pretty useless in vanilla. Nothing crazy though. So the small grid ore detector is 250. Yeah. Hostile takeover. Yeah, I threw all my usual ones in. Colorful HUD, colorful icons. Yep. Well, this at least isn't too much of a run. But the idea, Lucifer, is to build a vector thrust mobile platform base thing to start, which will hopefully not blow up. Yeah, well, it's also not. I don't know if you played with the vector thrust stuff. It's a little sketchier than regular thrust, but the bonus is less. The bonus there is less. You need less thrusters to get going. And it's a lot more fun to fly. Right. 4, yeah. I mean, at this very moment, this could be a mobile rover base. I could just replace those with, replace those rotors with wheels if I wanted to. But I'm not going to. The whole point of this playthrough is to play with the vector thrust stuff. I'm just hoping that that 4 large thrusters can actually carry one of these large-scale refineries, obviously, and the batteries and everything else. Need a gyro. We're gonna need, maybe go with half blocks. Well, anyway, I was gonna throw thrusters on this. Once we have this, we can actually go gather lots of equipment, lots of resources, and then either mod it to be hydro or build a new hydro ship. But we'll start with this guy. Are we actually high enough off the ground? It looks like it could. We are going to need some nickel, though, that's for sure. We also should do the hydrogen bottle thing. First we'll fill up. That heal. And we're going to need ice soonish. Right, where was I? Yeah. Change this around here because we need those on there. Yep, all right. Alright, we need to go get us some cobalt. Somewhere around here. I don't want to use up the battery on the spawn pod, so I don't want to turn the antenna up.
Inventory full.
Right, I have this stuff. Yeah, I'm still remembering. It's been so long. A lot of the little rules escape me. Oh, I want the extra special suits. Right. Okay, these grids will be deleted in 10 minutes, being unclaimed. So I don't need to worry about cleaning them up. Looks like we have a working... Nice. Thing fully built? Yeah. see if we can't do a few things at once. Yeah. Alright. We're looking better already. Although these guys are not happy. I think we need more power. The thing about the power is we really need it to be, or power generation is, we really need it to be attached to this base in a more permanent manner. Right. Well, what we can do, at least, is get this stuff welded up. We doing on power anyway? Right, let's go. What are we short on? What are we missing? We're missing iron already. Alright.
Inventory full.
Yep, just pretty standard. Okay, good, that's not on. That saved me a little bit. We still need to look at our production. What are we building that's all the same. And this guy, so I might as well use him. I'm still not sure about the multi-tool, because I didn't install a multi-tool mod, so that must have come with one of my other things. Power kit's handy to have. That around. The girders. I'm not even seeing the girders in the list. Make a lot of girders. Alright, and we're short nickel on that, so that's Yeah, we need a lot of sand. Means we really should build some sort of plunge drill. Well, we're attached right here. Why don't we do it just... What if we just throw a drill right on here? What do you need? Steel plate. I mean, that'll make some room, and then we can, no, that's not going to work really well. That's a silly idea. It has to go off the bottom, though, because... Or at least stay within... Like, I can have nothing that comes within, in this line. Nothing can live in this line. So I could come out... let's get the rest of this stuff done, whatever can be done. Although apparently that's it for that. Okay. What do you got in you? Nothing. Why are... Hello? Oh man. Weird. Have the girders yet? We have a couple of them. I think we're still short nickel. Yeah. Well, we should have a lot more girders. Having all of these piled up. That's ridiculous. Alright, that's much better looking, but we still seem to be short girders. That'll help. Interior plate, computers, and... yeah. Alright, we still need more nickel. Our only source of nickel right now is this rock.
Inventory full.
So we really do need a plunge drill. But it's gotta be tall enough to not quite. Okay, well, that guy's finished his job. Yep, we are still experiencing a lack of
Inventory full.
I have the iron. We definitely need that plunge drill
Inventory
just to get our
full.
nickel.
Inventory full.
Right, where can I put that thing though? Not there. Yeah, maybe. So I don't know when they put these in here, but there's a set of refill stations, right? We have computers. Got computers.
Energy low.
functional. Oh, superconductors? Really? These things need superconductors? Well, that ain't happening right now. Anyway, those things are cool. As you can just put them on your wall. I don't know when they, like I said, I don't know when they put them into in the game or where they came from, but refill stations are awesome. We're still looking for, yeah, these guys. Still need nickel, so what we really need is that drill. Okay. Go up. Lose you. Yes, maybe. Gonna be able to fit drill on there just yet. Yeah. I'll either dig it out, which I might as well do.
Energy critical.
Right. You. Oh, the whole point of putting the piston there was so I could lift it up. Yep. That's when you build from muscle memory without remembering why. Good. But now, of course, we have to.
No energy.
Alright. too much of a problem until we encounter a storm or something. Oh yeah, maybe I should put a large grid detector up. It'd make very good sense, Joaquin. The large grid detector does go quite a bit further, especially with the detector range mod I've got. Now the question is, do I have the parts for it? We got to get nickel going first, and then, well, we got to get sand going first. I don't think I have the parts for a large grid detector, although maybe it'll fit right there. I don't know, let's find out. We obviously don't need that thing for a while. Okay, those things are 2, aren't they? No, that's perfect. What do we need? Detector comps. Can we make detector comps? 5 whole motors. Come on, motors. Build. I mean, maybe the detector... How many detector comps we need? We need 20. How many detector comps we got on this guy? 1. Yay. Okay. Well, that's not good. I know the production will build detector comps. The question is, what is it that what are you? Superconductors. We don't need you in the list. Here's them, our detector comps. Not seeing them. Iron and nickel. Okay. Well, we don't need 100. We need 20. Right. Maybe we can get back on... Oh, we still need motor.
Inventory full.
Oh, of course, I have. Classic. Basically just all motors. Whole shortness is motors.
Inventory full.
Figure it out. Build us beyond motors, please. Just a couple. Where is our nickel going? Or are we in power issues again? I did not really make those tunnels straight. Got motors yet? Good, we got motors. Be short. You guys are both short motors. Basically built everything but the motors. There's more motors. A little bit of steel plate. Are you going in yet? No, because we need you. Alright, now we have a full channel. Hey, does anybody know why they made share inertia tensor an option rather than like part of the thing? Like it used to just be there, but all of a sudden it's an option. Okay, we need large steel tubes. Alright, now I think everybody is... Oh.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
I need stairs up there. But that gets us our nickel. Which gets us our... We're going to be out of hydrogen soon, which gets us our detector. What are we trying to build? We don't need to build 2 detector comps or 2 detectors. We just need, alright, like everything. What's the deal though? Why are you stuck? Still short nickel, but we should be getting nickel out of this. Alright, but that is fully extended, so we need to go down again. This is the most basic of plunge drills, but it works. We're like making... Alright, we don't need the motors as much anymore. So let's actually gather up enough stuff to make the detector comps. And then we can throw a request for 100 motors.
Energy low.
Turn what on, dude? I guess I asked a bunch of questions and didn't wait around for answers. Yeah, 1,250 meters. Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't remember whether I checked the box now or not. Yeah. I did, okay. Hey, we're finally into actually getting real stone. Man, that is deep on this planet. These guys. 4 hours for recharge. Or less, more. Alright. So we got that. So it's, well, we have one of these welders anyway. Probably only really need one on at a time.
Energy critical.
Oh, that'll just work away on that. That'll work away on that. Until we run out of space, which I think we have done. Alright, so then we're going to retract these guys. Push that up. Oh man, playing on Xbox. I had a Star Citizen Corp mate who joined me on Space Engineers for a while, and he was playing on my Xbox or PS5 or something, and he was not. He couldn't get a lot of the stuff, the scripting and advanced stuff going that I had. Well, I don't want these guys to actually be any longer, any faster, so I'm just going to have to wait. But the idea is just to throw down a couple more drills. Although actually I could just also add another piston, I think. And 2 more drills. Okay.
No energy.
It helps to have energy. The question is, did we actually find nickel? The answer is no. We did not find nickel, even with, although that one's not broadcast on antenna, so because I don't have an antenna. So maybe we get a short antenna going. Yeah, compact, what does that take? Anything special? Radio comps, which aren't actually a big deal. Okay, where can we put you? Yeah, right here. Oh, apparently not. But right there's safe. Looking. Not bad. Just a absolute ton of motors. Right. So what I was doing, which is another there it is, piston. And then what I wanted to do was actually, well, that'll help. What I want to do is get extra. Oh, well, that's still not all the way up, because that
Fuel
is absolutely slow AF. Alright.
Fuel critical.
Right, because I actually didn't get my bottle back. Right, we desperately need ice. But there is no ice. Alright, well, we can at least go one more plunge with this. No, we're gonna get it soon. It's gonna be there. Just be patient, man. Just be patient. Oh, don't be sorry, man. I am not. I may have like 1,400 hours in Space Engineers, but I haven't played in like probably 6 months to a year, except the last week, and I'm not remembering everything. But yes, I did actually throw an antenna up. I'm just waiting for things to go. I guess what I could do is put a cockpit on this thing. Or a control seat of some sort. I think a control seat's a better idea. Okay, I just did the silly thing. I gotta go take... Oh no, maybe I didn't. Just left you down right there, huh? But I'm full of radio comm. Right, what are you? What am I full of? Stuff I don't need, apparently. Motors. we're still looking for motors, and I don't think I actually... Oh, I do still have a ton of motors in production. They're getting stolen by the welder, is the deal. I'll turn you off for a minute and build up a few motors. Oh, no, we're still out of material. Right. Need you, and you. 3 of those. What did I get? Really is just the motors, man. Oh yeah, any reminders you want to give me, crap I'm missing, crap I'm forgetting, all that stuff, I am totally down. Because, yeah, it's been a while. I'm gonna have to just go get more stone just to make the thing that gets me stone.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Actually, I'm gonna go grind some of the motors out of that, well, first I'm gonna go dump this stuff. I'm gonna go grind it. Oh god. Ouch. Right. Give me a few motors, please. That's one. What are we short? Large steel 2. And lots of stuff. And what have we got queued up? Way too much stuff. Any more for that? Just more radiocom comps, but why can't I get them? Small conveyors. Where are the small conveyors? It's this container. It's just full? Is that the deal? Only carry 24 at a time. Alright, we now have the antenna. So that should be... Go look at ore detector. Go block. Broadcast using antennas. Full 1250. And our antenna 5,000. You know, it doesn't matter. We can make it 50,000. I don't have any enemies. I mean, the pirates aren't going to come for me. That's the only enemy I might have. But, oh, nickel. Yeah, you were right, man. We get us some nickel. We're not... Let's actually continue with this, because this is still not a bad... It's just large steel tubes. I swear I had a bunch of... Yeah. Motors, which we should have by now. Alright. So, you know, it'd be helpful is to have a place to sit. Right. There we go. No. Come on. The pistons are down pistons, so that's all fine. And you guys all get 0.02 velocity. I'm gonna get turned off for a minute. Right, drills first. Bring you guys on. All right. And down pistons in reverse, on, so they're going up, right? Yeah. Now they're going down. And our up piston needs to go that'll just push through the sand. Which we don't care about anyway, because we want to hit the rock. Definitely need more cargo though. We're already halfway in. I'm gonna put more cargo. No! No, no, no. Not good. We are gonna lose it, and I'm not gonna have enough time to build out lightning protection. We're gonna get hit. Oh well, I'll try anyway. I guess there was a reason I made extra radio comps. Alright, before do your job. What are we? Okay, we are building thrusters now. We can go get some nickel here in a minute. Yeah, well, we do need nickel. There are a lot better places with closer stone than where I landed, that's for sure. Oh, my phone is ringing. Oh, I'm gonna have to take this. Be right back. Alright, I'm back-ish. I may have to jump out again. When work calls, work calls.
Inventory full.
But this will be more nickel, and we ought to be pretty happy with that. Also, probably a lot of nickel up in there anyway. Hopefully that... There. Did our decoy ever take a hit? No. Like it didn't. Alright, we need probably a little small grid mining ship. Just to go get ice. I don't see any ice on the horizon. But we're gonna need to go find some ice. What am I thinking here? Could just throw a little small grid miner right off the front here. But how am I gonna... It's not gonna work, I bet. Ah. Bet I can catch motors once in a while here. Right now we need to increase the magnetics on that thing. Hey, Mantis Max, how's it going? Yep, now we're in survival. Come on, lift up. I know you can lift up. There we go. Exactly what I wanted. Except for one small problem. Spin. I just use the advanced rotor. Nice. Alright, we gotta turn these connectors down. That's the cheap little trick for building a small grid. Yeah, I just use the advanced rotors. I mean, I probably can get away with the basic rotors, but yeah, you just slap down a rotor and then put the thrusters right on the rotor. I'm actually building a vector thrust rig right now. Mobile vector thrust base. It's just a standard rotor. You don't need to worry about orientation. The Vector OS script will happily... Ooh, look at that. We have a whole thruster. Which means we can kill this bit off. Yeah, orientation doesn't matter. The script will deal with that. But make sure you use the apply tags. Oh, and that gives us our next spot for one of them. Alright, well, we still have a ton of motors. Alright, that guy's still doing his thing, but, metal grids. Yeah, get them grids built, man. Oh, did you use the grids? I think you used the grids. Alright, well, if we need that many grids, how many grids does this thing need? 40. Okay, so we need to queue up 44. Well, 23, but... Put all them grids in. And get a little recharge. What I plan on doing eventually is extending this thing out forward and throwing another set of bars on, you know, another thruster module on. Alright, we got our grids. So that's more of that, and when this thing is done building, we can slap another cargo box in there. What's your deal, motors? Well, it built it partly, so it's going to build the rest when it gets around to it. So I don't need to worry about that. I guess what I do need to worry about is the fact that I kind of didn't leave room for the welders on these back ones. We don't need to be wasting this here. So, right, so let's... Oh god, see, that's what I said I was gonna do, and I am so glad I left that connection on there. And I did it on here, too. Not used for parking. Not used for parking. Okay. Oh, I did mess up my nifty little unlocked. Crank up the strength. We need to get you turned again. That'll be close enough. Give me some steel plates, please. Thank you. Alright. What are we gonna do here? It's not a large one, it's mediums. Just a couple, because I'm going to do a traditional wire here, not a vector for this miner. Come on, you can withdraw 4 motors, I'm sure. We'll eventually be allowed to withdraw motors. Good. All right, just 2 medium cargo containers. Single pair of drills, battery, and a gyro probably. We are going to need a gyro for this thing too, so I might as well get that staged. Maybe 2 gyros would be better. And then we need a gyro on this guy. Alright, what do we need for... almost nothing. Motors are a huge problem. Mainly because I'm still trying to build those. We gotta stop with the motor theft. Yeah, just doing too many things at once, probably. Alright, we've still got to build you. And I had that lined up so perfectly until I hit the... steel plate now, right. I had it lined up so perfectly until I hit the parking brake and until I turned parking off. I bet we need more than 2 batteries to really do anything with this thing. We're talking about inventory nickel. We got 500 and another 7. We probably need more nickel, but I'd really like to just build out this thing real quick. Oh, tools, this and that. And then thrusters are going to go small. Oh, well, maybe we ought to go large. Got to do 2. Not the ions. We don't need the ions. It's 2 larges. Yeah. the only thing in range. Okay, so we've got forward, back, left and right, and down. We don't need up. We need battery. We need cockpit. We need an actual cockpit. There's in the small variety. I've already got a drill somewhere. Am I missing anything? You can just get the thrusters built.
Energy low.
Alright, we are just building a ton of these thrusters. What do we need? Rust. There's so many motors. Get all this stuff combined up. We really need that many motors, or are we kind of tripping? So many motors. the speed modules are definitely helping. I'm not 100% sure what I got in here, but maybe this guy... Maybe this guy has... better range. Although if I can just get a couple of it built, then I could just fly it near the welder. Get you in there. Recruit glass. Now here, thrusters. That.
Energy critical.
We've got a bit of an oxygen problem too. Well, I'm gonna solve that kind of, I won't call it the easy way, but got an oxygen tank. Your job is to depressurize, which should shove oxygen into here. Give us survival kit. Everything but the medical comps, which actually, if I go fill my hydro one more time, should be able to. Okay, that's it, huh? That's all the ice we got. That's it. So that should be sucking oxygen into there. Yes, it is. Good. That's the key. Alright, well, rather than wasting my hydro on going to get silver, I am just going to yoink the med comps out of this thing. What this means is, oh right, I need a conveyor. Alright, that covers me for that. I'm going to need some stairs, some landing gear, etc., etc. Or at least a ladder. Alright, that'll work for now. Right, so we're going to set up the batteries. Which will be our batteries. Where are you, batteries? Actually, so we can reset the name. Right. And then we can set these to recharge for the moment. faster you're going. Not bad, not bad. Means we can get rid of pretty much everything here except for this battery here, which I want to discharge. I'll have to merge block it. Maybe. Or I could just abandon it. What are we missing on here? I think the problem here is that we can't connect to all that. So I think that thing will fly. If we're lucky. Minimalist. Little tiny miner. Hope it'll fly anyway. I do want to go get silver, but I don't want to waste hydro doing it. I could just run there and grab a little silver. Not that far of a run. Although, why am I getting silver? I don't know. No reason for me to get silver right now. I have my medical comps. You guys are still just down there. Down pistons. Reverse. Yep. So rather than up, reverse. Now I could either get another plunge by adding 3 more trills. Question is, do I need another plunge? How are we doing on ingots? We have plenty of that. We've got enough cobalt to be going with. Well, we could cut these 3 drills off, throw a set of conveyors on. I think that might actually be the way to go.
Inventory full.
Uh-oh. That's a bit of a problem. Well, that's alright though. I got it. So if we throw bear on here. And throw our drills back on, we get another plunge without too much more moving parts. I'll lose this thing anyway and figure out a better way to plunge. But I don't have an accessible thing there. We need comps? Okay, we need construction comps. No, you're short. All right. Right, so the idea is we turn this thing on. Charge on off. Okay, so auto. And connector, which I have to name. I have one connector. It's here somewhere. There it is. Nope, I don't need to. Okay. to be part of my group here. Alright, we've got, yeah. Right, F4 does not take you into that mode. And when I unlocked it, right, we just smashed the ground because there we go. Right, this seems to be working. Have to find that thruster that's not built. Oh, nice, and we're getting a little bit of repairs. Whoa. Come on, we got this. Okay, for whatever reason, this thing isn't building that last one, probably because we're go. And it wouldn't build it before because it doesn't have the parts. So if we add the parts, it should build it. And those are all built up, so we can do another plunge while I'm out. Drills, okay, down pistons get minus 0.02, and our up piston, well, those are those drills. Right. And we can Turn those on. And then our up piston. Get a 0.5 reverse. Those should open up enough room to not break. Or maybe not. Man, I hope. I hope we don't break the conveyors. I could be having a problem there, so I'm going to... We're going to reverse the up piston again. Actually, I'm just going to go look. Yeah, they are not quite retaining everything I need for that.
Fuel low.
Yeah, and we're out of hydro until we go find some iron, or some ice. Right. Which really doesn't help, because that's going to break those conveyors, I think. Suspect. Which is not a good thing. So we'll just turn those off for now.
Fuel low.
Right. And I'm not going to be able to get into that thing, even. Alright, we don't need any of these. We can turn you off. And actually take you off. Go see about doing a little bit of flying. Alright. We've got battery, our engines are on. We should be able to go. Oh, you know, there's a problem though. I have no detector on this thing.
Fuel low.
And I have to do this without messing up. Right, we need an ore detector, which I had somewhere. Yeah, ore, there we go. Need some more detector comps, huh? Alright, I don't need... Yeah, that'll work. Alright, ore detector. Let's check our range here. Yeah, that's as big as it gets. course, we've got a kind of wacky setup here where I can't actually get on and off this thing unless I'm in the right position on the thing. But hopefully we'll just go find some ice. That's the plan. Even if I have to get in and out of the thing. We just need to get us some ice. We got here an hour to find ice. Let's see the vector base for 50,000 kilometers. I have that antenna cranked all the way up. East, southeast. South is going to be that way. There's often ice on under this kind of things. There isn't any here, but as long as we keep going along here. Wait, what was that? That was iron. I guess worst case is we're gonna fly this thing to the South Pole and find ice there. That's kind of sketchy because I don't know, as usual, I don't have any idea of how to figure out where I am on the map and whether I'm closer to the North Pole or the South Pole. So hopefully we find ice before then. This isn't going to help. This under thrust is 10 minutes, then we're really in trouble. We just need a little bit of ice, really. Like, the amount of ice we need is not much. We had like 400 that lasted us all that time. I feel like I might actually be up in the northern zone, though. This feels like equator type stuff, which means I was actually closer to the north. Well, I wonder about that ATEX ore processing facility and whether or not A, it's hostile, B, also, is it hostile? And if it's not so hostile that I can't find my way in, will they have hydro there that I can maybe turn this thing into a hydro hauler and haul back a tank full of hydro? But I suspect that I might be better off going north. Anyway. So I'm gonna do that. I thought I put the, that was iron. I thought I put the extender on, but it's not like a huge range extender. It jacks things up. Anyway. So maybe I'm not even using it. Maybe I am. But yeah, when we have like 10 minutes left on the under power time thing, we gotta head back for sure. Still have to build and install a programmable block on that vector base to get the vector OS working on it. Maybe they have some ice or some hydrogen. Defensive protocols active, right. Alright. So they're definitely not somebody I want to mess with. At least not in this stage. Plenty of cobalt, silicon, iron, you name it. There's some magnesium. Would be a good thing to have eventually, but I'm sure I'll find more. Isn't really scouting, this is just finding us some ice so I can use my jetpack again. I guess I could just live with it, build all of the structural stuff necessary. Aren't there lakes on Pertum? Aren't there, I mean, even like, aren't there any low-level, lowland lakes? Even just maybe? seeing a lot up here. Still do have a powerful need for some for a bunch of iron and silicon and nickel though, for sure. So this will come in handy for that, because we need to build basically 2 or 3 more thrusters of the large kind. We're hitting a comfortable limit here and no ice whatsoever. We're down to 1 bar on each of our batteries. It's time to fly back. One thing I could do right is the backward thrust. Yeah. ought to give us a little bit more time. I think we're exploring a different set of things, so maybe we'll look into the one single ice thing in this whole area. Look how deep those are. Ice. I saw that dark thing there, and yes. Okay, we need those back on. Alright, we need tool blocks. There it is. What are we rocking here? A little bit of stone and a lot of ice. That's... Now I just need to actually make it back. I'm not going to, I'm not going to turn off my front thrusters. I'm not gonna fill up my drills. We're just going back. Might be helpful to actually mark that, though. Rather than like flying away and losing it forever. Yep, that's the plan. It's these dark green ones, like the light green ones don't have it, but the dark green ones do. We have enough ice to be getting on with for what we're planning to use ice for in the short term. And the supply post, huh? Are you friendly supply post, or are you a defensive kind of guy? Like, can I sell you stuff and buy stuff from you? I don't know. But actually I can go... We're not about that right now. We're about getting this ice back to base so that we can continue our lazy hydro jetpack building. And it's way out there, but now that I remember what to look for, maybe there's spots that I could have seen on the way that are closer that I just missed because I wasn't really looking for the dark. Level. Our horizon bar is really hard to see. It's right there, though. I'll pull it close, that's for sure. We're gonna need an actual H2O2 generator. And a hydrogen tank. Just for general use, not for power or whatever. We got wind power. That's good enough. We can throw up windmills. Wherever we land. I don't think I got out of this thing, so I ought to be able to get back in. When I get out, I ought to be able to... I ought to end up back on the roof. If not, it's going to be painful. But I do have my survival kit. And I do need more forward thrust if I'm going to use this the way I built it as a miner. Because I need to angle down. I was barely able to get out of that hole I made. What the heck? That? I don't get it. I wasn't low, I wasn't high on power.
Fuel low.
Nothing. Right. And where did my big ball of ice go? Wouldn't that have, or is it... Oh, it's probably in like a... Yeah, there it is. Well, we're going to end up with 3K ice from that trip. Although I could toss those. The detector comps, we don't even need those, and those are pretty heavy. Yeah, we can actually lose all this stuff. I think I want to keep the motors, though. Yeah, okay, 4K and a 2K run. Classic. Classic Space Engineers. It just decided that it didn't want to go up, no matter how much I pressed the space bar. Pretty much the reason I crash every time is that it just all of a sudden decides, you know what? I know you have two large thrusters and all this, and you should be able to go up just fine, but I don't wanna. At least we made it most of the way back. I'm not even gonna mark that stuff. I've written it off. It's gone. "4K ice will be enough for quite some time." I do hope I'm on this side of that big plateau, though. Butte. That is a butte. B-U-T-T-E? I think so. And what if there's, like, right around here, there's well, I would see it, because I'm seeing all of these guys, which are actually a decent distance away. Nice swig of coffee to stiffen my resolve. Seven hydrogen in my tank, just enough to do almost nothing.
Fuel low.
Yeah, I'm aware. I was just talking about that, lady. Thanks for the update. I don't have to worry about stamina. I've got plenty of O2 in the tank. So we're good there, too. I did see gold and silver, so we can get ourselves some superconductors and make some of the fun stuff, like the like that panel I was looking at. You don't need to have the survival kit front and center. Wonder if I want... Okay, I don't want to fall in the hole. Alright, I'm going to actually stick some in here for the moment. Oh, no, that's not a good idea. I'm going to put you in there. And then we're going to say, hey, we need a hydrogen tank. So why don't... Nice, yep. Alright, you, maybe. Interior plate, please. Row 2, good deal. Right. Where are we going to put the hydro? Maybe just right here. Ladder needs to go away because we need the tools there. I'm always hitting one and expecting tools. So now I like the lab one quite a bit, but it also takes more. You there, and then the lab small, doesn't take much, looks pretty cool, doesn't have connectors, it does have connector on the end, okay. Really? 5? Okay.
Fuel low.
Not for long. It's already filling up. We need another bottle or two. Tools. Get the generator, grabs them, and builds them. Cool. Okay, now we've got a decent amount of time on this thing. We can actually... Is there anything else we were trying to build that wasn't about thrust and lift? If not, then we need to get back on that. Are you done, or... You are done. Means we can go put another cargo container right there. That. Alright, but we have this issue here, which is that we don't have an actual way to run our welder. And I personally just don't want... Ah! Ouch. That hurt. I personally don't want to weld up this thruster by hand. Or that one. So I guess what we're going to do is run just conveyor tubes. What are we actually short on? Grids. On this one. Looks like we have everything but 2 grids. And this one is about 1,000 motors, well, 500 motors and 40 grids. Alright, well, what we can do is just... Ouch.
Low health.
You know what? Motors are motors. We'll put them in production again. That ought to cover everything. Alright, and then I was saying something about needing a programmable block. Oh, but you, sir, are empty. We're not going to fly very far on these batteries, that's for sure. He's still being built. Yeah, we're gonna be working with that. I'll just slap it right here. Probably need more batteries. We definitely need more power. What are we doing on missing items? Right, okay. Well, I really don't feel like building another miner after the last one right now. So we gotta either fix this deal here. They might go okay. Or I could just throw... yeah, I could just throw some more drills on there. Yeah, might be helpful to also heal. You, sir, still need some sort of base assistance. Alright, so we gotta get 3 of these guys. We have 1, so let's lose that one. Go steal some stuff from this guy. Some motors.
Inventory full.
Construction comps. Steel plate,
Your health is low.
Yeah, you're right, it is. I remember. Go fix that. get...
Inventory full.
This cannot be deposited. We're not full, are we? Okay, we just can't pull it out of there like I wanted. Alright, everybody's full. Batteries are dead. I've got loads of power coming in. We still optimal? Yeah, we're still optimal. But we're not charging. Recharge. No. Pistons. You guys are good, right? We can start grabbing us some more rando stuff. What are we actually short on? Both. So I've got plenty of... Oh, well, I need to dump this stuff in here. Make sure I'm running only kind of necessary-ish stuff. Right. Come on. Oh, the generator's not set to autofill. No, auto refill on. You've got oxygen. Alright, now we can go get some iron and some nickel.
Inventory full.
nickel. Way out there. Oh. Yeah, true. Refineries do use a lot of power. I probably need another stack of windmills. Wait, where's that nickel? Where's the nickel hole? Oh, there it is. Alright, well, we'll get that going soonish. Make sure we get more purish nickel.
Inventory full.
Find our way out of this thing. That'll get us, keep us going for a little bit. I wonder if this thing is actually any good. Well, let's go with another. We just go. Can't go all the way out. We'll just do this. That's probably far enough. Yep. You know, this is less orangey and more of a brick color, which I'm actually digging. Also digging the ability to stay in the air longer. Still going. I don't know if you were here when I blew up my mining ship 2K from the base with a load of ice, but yeah, that happened. Why am I not getting power on this? If you look at my turbines, they all say optimal. Heavy overload on the ship power. What's up with that? What is using so much power? Is it my welders? I'm not even welding now. That thing is done. That one should be on because we're trying to build stuff. I should have enough. I should have enough power now. Power overload. That, I don't know if you remember that, dude, but when we were on that server and I bought that big expensive ship and filled it with all the stuff from my rover, and I was carrying the rover on a landing gear, the exact same thing is what happened. It just stopped responding to up and was like, no, I'm just gonna fly straight. There's no up for you. Couldn't be that bad, because yeah, we're okay now. Heavy overload. Okay, no, total required, total available. We've got tons. Huh. Got a weird power thing going on. I'm not even sure how to diagnose it. We can lose this thing because that's built, so that's less power.
Inventory full.
Wrong side. There's something going with too much power? Zero input. I mean, I am running the thrusters, I guess. I should turn the thrusters off. That might help just a little bit. Yeah, it was the thrusters, which goes to show that I need about 10 more batteries on this thing. Yeah, because these guys are actually charging now, which means we need a ton more power, which means we should lose these blocks here. They're going to have batteries, and I guess we put batteries here as well. Yeah, the last thing I want to do is try to like launch this thing. What do I need for a reactor? Is that platinum? I mean, I know I need uranium. But we could throw down some little guy. Is this going to cause any problems? I don't think so. Okay, it's power cells. Yeah, that's probably what happened. That's probably what happened the other time too. And I didn't have enough. I was going forward. I didn't have enough. I didn't have enough. What do you call them? Them one things. Forward thrust. Nowhere near enough forward thrust.
Energy low.
Oh, that's why my power wasn't coming in. It didn't have enough power because it was running those thrusters. Which if I had just looked at... If I had just sat in the seat, I would have seen how much power we were using and maybe gotten there. I feel like maybe I'm going to need more thrusters as well, but I could be mistaken. I was just making fun of Cutatron the other day for crashing. Well, not really making fun. I was telling him it's not a real space engineer session unless you blow something up. Okay, well. Still needs landing gear underneath. And apparently it didn't queue enough computers. Oh, it did. It just hasn't actually made them. Let's get all that stuff out of the way. everybody's good there. They're already dead. Because these guys have been sucking up that battery power, which means I need like 3 or 4 more of those things, and I'll listen to Max and throw some really tall towers up. See if that changes anything for us. Okay, what are we low on here? Everybody's good. Everybody's good. Not you. It's you. I basically need to set all my batteries to charge. Right, these guys still need power cells. Of course, I've just closed in my entire spine with batteries instead of putting them somewhere else. So now I either have to go down or up. Well, let's see, battery. Okay, we have one incomplete battery. Must be this guy back here. Yep. Alright, so now we can go have a seat, get some charge. Set them to charge. And get to building windmills. Or turbines. Alright, that'll be enough of those. And are you done? You're done. We don't need you anymore. Pretty sure 15 apart's good enough. Well, I queued up 16 parts anyway. So we ought to be able to build 2 of these towers. No problem. Alright. How's that doing? What, these guys are actually charging? What? Alright. We can get more. Good need vertical. So these things are basically just about exactly far enough away from each other. Hopefully. We go velocity? Nope, the other way. Might as well test it out now. Thrust override. Max. Steel plate. Alright, doesn't seem to be doing any damage. It's making a little bit of a thing, but it doesn't seem to be doing any damage, so hopefully these are decent. But we need to go out another 10 blocks and get some more on there. And without doing a whole, like, 5-block wide cage, I'm not sure. At which point, like, okay, if I go... Oh, I'm gonna need more of these. So if I go out... Need 5 from the edge. If I go out 5 like that, one more. We're gonna have to go like 5 from here. Alright, and that's still not damaging that? Okay. So now if I will waste a whole bunch of effort. You don't want to go that way. Want to go that way? I'm not running the OS script yet. go to 0. Lock the rotor. Turn this guy back on. Get around a bit and see if he breaks that. Yeah, my daughter is texting me, so I'm just replying her. Alright. We can get back to work for the moment. It looks to me like that's enough of a buffer. Because that would damage at least a couple of these plates otherwise. So at least we have like a bumper. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks out. Giving us 2 blocks to the edge of the thruster. But we can turn that guy off now. And we can turn... no, I've been known to play on servers sometimes. Yeah, I'm not really into PvP. That dude and I played a lot on a scrapyard based server for a while, and then I got involved in other games, and that's the big problem, is that I can't be relied upon to play more than a couple of weeks at a time, because I have other games. Plus 2 hours a day I make a farming simulator 25 video. And then I also play a lot of Star Citizen, which is also on and off for me. So, yeah. And not to mention work. Although that's really wonky right now. As in, sometimes I have it and sometimes I don't. Alright, you guys should all be on recharge, but yeah, we're talking 6 hours for a full recharge. We gotta make that better. I think I'll lose this tower here and move it over to another location. Ouch. We also need to build the bumper.
Energy
out.
low.
Assuming, what do you guys think? You 2 guys who are still watching. I think that's gonna save me from this thing gonna save me from any explodey stuff at all, or is it just extra weight? And I should just be super careful. A lot of those guys. This thing must have done the entire plunge by now. Yeah. Enough of those. I guess what I really need to do is get out to space, and get reactors going. And what I could do is throw down a little hydro guy and go find enough uranium in space to and the other stuff needed for reactors. Doesn't feel like 5 or even 3 of these guys, but who knows, maybe it is. Oh. talking here? No, I do not have the thrust multipliers mod. Never even seen that. What's that about? Let's take a look at nine megawatts. Okay, 2 hours and 3 hours. Probably gonna take us that just to keep going. Yeah, I probably do need more thrust. I agree. But I also need more power for that thrust. So yeah, I am thinking heavily about acquiring reactors. Right, reactor comps and superconductors, and then reactor comps. Superconductors are iron and gold, and reactor comps are iron, gravel, and silver. We've got everything but the uranium for those quite nearby. I didn't mark it, but I did see gold when I was out and about before. So, rather than flying, I could build a little mini rover. Or I could just straight up project something instead of something like that's mine. That's not mine, you know, like just something that's tried and trusted and true. So if we kill this guy off, put him somewhere else. Then we have room to throw down a I do have build info. I have yeah, build info and although I'm not sure how to tell it. There must be a key or something I can change to show the difference. I thought there was something interesting with build info that you could do. Yeah, I still need the uranium, which means I still need to go to space. Which means I need like a hydro miner. Which I'd rather project and build with welders. So if I throw a projector in, we go with that little tiny, remember that there's one you can buy It's like a little tiny large grid hydro miner. I'm liking what they did to the projectors. You can actually see left and right. But I think they did it. I don't know. Maybe one of my mods did it. Could throw all welders out from here. But now I'm gonna have to throw more. I'm gonna have to throw more thrusters on here. I'm gonna need at least another pair. That's small, that's small. So we could go with this guy, but we need to go with a different. Get ourselves a hydro miner and get up into space and get uranium. I need to get this thing at least mobile enough to get to my ice marker, maybe. That might be one way to do it. Right, so if I go... I don't know why I'm building out the thing, but I am. Right, oh right, I need to put a small head. Why is this generator not... Okay, I need to say don't do that because you're not doing it right, bud. I have build info installed. I'm just not a big use I'm just not a big user of it, so I don't know all of the ins and outs. Just haven't used it much. I mean, I mainly use it to see if the block needs building or repair. So maybe there's some other thing. There's either this one or this one. Let's see. This guy's smaller. Advanced new model, basic miner. Of course, I can't. Geez. This is not the method. Oh, there we go. Not very many stars on most of these guys. Although that guy doesn't seem too bad. Okay.
Energy low.
Right. I wonder why that's only 3 stars. But whatever. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, is that a... Oh, small. Okay. Blueprint. Alright, now we need... maybe push it forward some. Here's my... Okay, that doesn't look too terrible. Up to 1G. I wonder if I have enough hydrogen to get it to, turn it around maybe. Wonder if I have enough to get it to, get it to go to, space. That's the question. Or if it even has enough thrust to go to space. It does have 2. bigger ones. I need to go up one though. Oh, I thought I was in line, but not. Okay, horizontal offset there. And I really don't fancy welding this thing up by hand, but the default welders don't really have a welding wall, and I don't want to build all of that, so. But yeah, I think we just have to risk it. But I do think we need another 2. So yeah, build info in the upper left there. Oh, control plus. No. Control plus?
Energy critical.
Literally plus? No. Oh, yeah, there. Overlay. Air tightness, mount points, ports. Specialized? Oh, okay. There you go. I assume the blue is safe. And these guys are really still hours. So yeah, I am concerned, as that dude was saying, about my lifting power with just 4 of these. I feel like I might need more. Now what I could do is just tack them on the outside or the side. Oops, a little too far. Close enough. I mean, I could just, although, yeah, I could just put more on. Like I could add some smalls. Like so.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Also just run myself out of fuel.
No energy.
And power. never did go find my bottles. There we go. So alright, so right, 3. We could then continue to include more. I think you guys are right. I think the bumpers are a bad idea. But I also think extending the ship might be wrong. I think this idea of having more thrusters on the same spots might be a better idea. That'll give me quite a bit more thrust. Still have our power issue. And I want to get landing gear dealt with, and I want to get rid of this because I think the utility of the plunge drill is over. So Alright, based on how far back the questions we're talking about you're answering, I think you might be behind on the video. Yeah, this is a pain. Show only buildable. Okay, we need to make this thing liable. What are you? Oh, an event controller, huh? I think I'm missing internals that I need a welding wall to do this properly. I don't want to build a welding wall onto this necessarily. Alright, so what if we just did something kind of whack? No, that ain't gonna work. I think this thing might be thin enough it might actually work on one. If I can get it. just... Okay. What are we short on here? Cobalt, huh? And nickel again? Just cobalt. Alright. A little bit low on... We're a little bit low on power, but I think I'll have enough for this. That wasn't actually a full load.
Energy low. Inventory full.
I should have put it on a... This thing was on a rotor going that way. I could spin the ship. But what else are we short on here? Steel plate. Yep, definitely steel plate. Get all of our stuff back again. Yeah, we're not quite getting the stuff on the bottom. So we still have a few. Oh, okay, well, these guys are building. We need construction comps, grids, and construction comps. So maybe we need a couple hundred construction comps. Or maybe we need 100 grids. Why not? Right. Is it just bottom pretties that aren't being steel plates and grids? I think it's just like bottom armor. Means I still need more steel plate. There's no steel plate. Can't push it forward any. Could have built the... Could have built some of this stuff, like this thing I should have built first. What I can do is rebuild it.
Inventory full.
Yeah. Except for that. Let's put this back one. What was it? Was it 3? I feel like it was... Man, now I don't even remember. Let's see. I think, I feel like that's not enough height. Yeah, that's not enough height. It's got to be 3. And then the piston. And then the... Yeah, that looks more correct. Let's get some more grids in. Well, more computers. A little bit more interior plate. A couple of those just in case there's batteries up in there, which could be. So if we push that thing, right, I just need steel plate and interior plate apparently.
Energy low.
Yeah, I can't quite reach the bottom. But that's fine. It's not that much extra. It also can't quite reach the sides. I mean, I could just throw a couple of extras on there. But what I'm... Yeah, if I can just ensure that this thing will fly, which of course, how do I get hydrogen into it now? I think I've probably run out of ice. Yep, we've gone through all the ice. So this was a fun little experiment in nothing, because the ice is quite a distance away.
Energy critical.
All right. I guess what I'm going to have to do is rebuild this thing again. but as a, I don't think this is gonna actually make it, I know I'm making no sense right now. I need to plug into our tank and get the hydrogen out of it so that I can fly this hydrogen miner
Inventory full.
out to right, so I have to come back even one more because I have to go right. So I put a piston. What I'm trying to do here is put a piston on a thing. Let's see here. If we go here, how close is that? Actually, not that far. But then we encounter this issue. Right. Oh, I still need those detector comps. Oh, right. I got a piston on this thing. No, see, it's too low and not the right height anyway. Ah, man. I did not think that through. A good thing is that a grinder... Wait, what? Oh, you're just sitting there, huh? A grinder would probably eat this thing back up if I put it on the same setup as that without eating my own ship. Still gotta think about... Oh, this is a stone ejection, not for docking. How am I supposed to get hydro in here? It's like meant to be its own hydro supplier. Like you put ice in and that's that. Right. That makes sense. Right, well I think the internals are probably all there. We look at... Okay, ore detector, right, because I don't have the detector stuff yet. Where is the ore detector, do you think? There it is. Right. Okay. I think that's got everything it needs to fly. Except ice. Which we don't have any of. And we're talking, where is that ice marker? 27K. Alright, you know what's going to be super fun? Is figuring out, okay, well we've got power. Huh, what do y'all think, I could just straight up replace these thrusters with rotors with wheels for the time being and drive this thing over to the ice. And then lift it up on pistons and turn it back into a Thrust OS ship. Because I bet I'm going to load thrust into this. I bet I'm not really there yet. I bet 4 doesn't do it. These guys. Turn that off. I seem to recall there being some seriously crazy man. Oh yeah, I could use the remainder of the pod. You are right, dude. We could slap some thrusters on this thing and just go get my a handful of ice. In fact, we could cut this out. We could replace it with a cargo box, a medium one. Yeah, we could replace it with a medium cargo. And we could slap a straight up cockpit and gyro into it. We've got the stuff to do this, so that is a great idea. We only need one gyro though. Right, a gyro and a cockpit. Yeah. And the battery. And we'll be golden in just a second when I find cockpit. That's a great idea. And by dude, I mean Joaquin. Not dude. Two different people. Right. Now we need thrust. Which just, every time I say I need thrust, I think of, Chicken Run. Alright, how about we go 2 back, 2 forward, same deal, and then from side to sides here. And then can we get, nope, because, right. We're probably going to need more, but if we can get, yeah, one there, and we can even put them all back where they used to be. This is going to be a swirly, and then I'm going to undo all that, because this is the actual best use of vector thrust. This is actually our perfect vector thrust. Throw some truss on. And one. You connected back up to you, so we can cut out room for thrusters. If I can find my rotors. Doesn't matter. The whole point of this playthrough is to use vector thrust as much as possible. So if I have the option, I should use vector. That ought to be fine for back and forth, but for up and down we should use 6. That ought to do it. Need 6 thrusters worth of stuff. 7 really, but let you guys get turned off. Alright. Those 2 motors. Alright, I mean this thing was actually operational on 4 thrusters before, so it should be fine on 6. In fact, it should be quite nice on 6. Right, and we need one more thing. We need a we need a programmable block. Oh, and we're going to also need another thing besides the programmable block. Let's actually just embed that in here. Oh no, I put a what you call it? I put a gyro inside. Right, gyro, power, 3 bars, cockpit. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. If we're not good, do say something, because I'm missing something. I can't think of anything I'm missing, but right, that should be rocking it. So if we let's see, landing gear. Well, we've got a landing gear. Switch lock. Okay. Something's off. I'm gonna make these guys. Okay, everybody's here now. I think they were still latched down. Right. One of them's not even attached, which is kind of funny. Move groups, landing gear, switch lock. Yeah. And the vector thrust actually has more recovery capability, funny enough. I don't know whether this thing will actually carry all that much ice, but I am going to look for dark patches of green. Oh, what's the worst that happened? I gotta walk back. I mean, the worst that could happen is I have to respawn and lose my nicer tools, which I can actually create anyway. I can create better tools than I'm using. Still have the finding tools mindset from Scrapyard. Only using 23% of battery on this right now, so that's cool. Just curious if that is an ice patch that I don't need to go. No, I don't think it is. I think it's just a tree. Yeah, the worst thing that could happen here is I have to respawn and remake some tools. And I lose a partly charged battery. How fast are we going? 104 meters a second, not bad. That, no, that's not. Thought for a second that might be part of my dead ship, but I'm definitely more than 2 kilometers from where I crashed. Yep, I left one of the landing gear behind. Which is fine. Do have a spot I dug already somewhere around here. There it is. Right.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Okay, let's get... Let's get the hopper going.
Inventory full.
Alright. Alright, well that's full. And then we fill us up. And that's that. We only did install one
Inventory
medium
full.
container. So, I mean, I guess I could build the industrial cockpit up too. Yep.
Inventory full.
Alright, that's that. We are as full as we can get. Although the funny thing is I think I still have an H2O2 generator on here. It says not parked, but... got something loose in here. Man, my O2 is not happy. Yeah, we still have a loose part floating around inside there somewhere. Maybe it's... Huh. I wonder what it is. Oh, doesn't really matter. Well, this is not bad. See, I was gonna have 4 and then 6 on each side, or 5 on each side. So 8 and for 4 on the top, and 4, total of 6 down. So there's gonna be a total of 6 down, and then another 8 is 14. And then I think there were more beyond that. Yeah, the side to sides. So anyway, I'm using half the thrusters, at least, and maybe even less than half, to accomplish the same task. So by the same logic, if 8 large thrusters could pick that thing up, if it took 8 large thrusters to do side to side, up and down, all of that. Oh, I am having breathing issues. Which I'm not going to be able to solve. Can I? Okay. The atmosphere is currently good. I know it's not always good, but we're good there for the moment. I do need to fill up my O2 bottle though. Or maybe I didn't bring one, I don't know. That's entirely possible too. And again, I really don't get it. I'm confused. That same spot. You know, it's the same exact spot. What is with that hill that makes it want to dump? I was sure I had it. I was sure it was all fine. Huh. But I have Hydra this time. I'm taking damage from a lack of O2. That's fine. Maybe we have enough hydro from this ice to get 20 kilometers and fill that thing up. Okay, and this thing has decided it wanted to swing randomly, I feel. But we will get ourselves filled up. Put our helmet back on. Why is your velocity that way? Somebody come in and... Wouldn't it be funny if one of you figured out how to come in? I'm pretty sure I set it to offline, but... It would still be funny if somebody figured out how to come in and was like actually messing with me. Where do we put... Okay, there's our landing. Pretty sure all of the important bits are here. So if we just... Well, first things first. Get all of our bottles. O2. Oh. You get... No, okay. You go in there. You go in there. And now we can jump in this cockpit. Pretty sure all of the thrusters and everything. What are we looking at here? It shows 0, but let's cut her off and find out. Okay. Right. Bring it all on. Okay, but they're not in that group. So that's part of it. Oh, you guys... What? You're not part of this. I really have not enough down thrust for this. What's the deal there? Is that why this miner only has 3 stars? Oh, stockpile, thank you. Nope, stockpile's off. But did we use... Maybe we don't have yeah, maybe it's not putting it in the... Okay, that's in there. And we've got that in there. But it's not going into the tank. Which says that it's probably not properly connected internally somewhere. But we should have everything. And yet I still have thrusters. Right. Our thrust group is not... No, that's parking. That's managing the one thing. Yeah, that's managing the magnetic plate underneath. The problem is that I told it all off. All on, all off. Okay, okay, that's only that. So save again. Right. Okay, we've got some sort of random weirdness issue going here. Oh, well, we've run out of power as part of it. Yeah, and I didn't build this thing, so I have no freaking idea
where the issue is. H2O2 generator is there and connected. Huh. Well, our batteries are not charging either, so... or are not charged. We're going through the... or we were going through it before we got batteries. Alright, I am gonna go with the rover plan. We'll take all these little guys off. Because 20k for ice is too far.
Inventory full.
We can figure out all the rest of that stuff later. In fact, I can latch this thing down. Yeah, our H2 was providing, our H2 gen was providing stuff. And it's right behind the cockpit, right in front of the thing. It's white. It's good. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out, but it's parked on here now.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
I'm gonna drive this thing.
Inventory full.
Although there is part of a there is a bit of a problem with that
full.
plan, in that it has
Inventory full.
it has issues with
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
we need to weld these guys up again. We can. The only worry I have about going to the ice
full.
on a rover is that I think there were some
Inventory full.
big ol' scary things there
Inventory full.
on the way. Some
Inventory full.
some canyons and whatnot. So it may be a bit of a roundabout trip.
Full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, it's like there should be welded
It should all be welded. It should all work. And yet,
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
and yet everything I can
Inventory
see in
full.
it is welded. Unless something just didn't come. Oh, smart. Unless something
Inventory
just
full.
didn't
Inventory full.
attached. This miner only had 3 stars out of
Inventory
5,
full.
so
Inventory full.
I don't know if that was people complaining about
Inventory full.
some problem with it or what.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Wow.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Didn't go. Come on now. There we go.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Temporary deviation into
Inventory
rover
full.
time. I almost feel like I should like throw about 30 batteries down and just let them charge back here. So we could just dump. Five by five is the big one, right? Left and nope. Tools. We want 5 by 5 left, 5 by 5 right. A 1. And a 2, and that was the right side. Luckily, ready to rock. Oh, and that was right. We need no, that should work just fine. Deal here. Yeah, that should work just fine. Unless are these guys like, oh, that's the problem. 3 by 3.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Energy low.
Wow. All right. Fine. Oh, we still need to continue demolishing the drilling rig.
Inventory full.
Now, if we lift that, does that mean we can at least have a single plunge drill to hit iron and whatnot? I believe so. Cool. Do that one. All right. For some reason, off-road suspension 5x5 right. Left and right. The right is this side. And we go to it right there, but right. Like that. That. And then that. Ah. Why you gotta be difficult? I wonder if we can drive on 3 far enough to, you know what? We'll just do it the... Do it the easy way. We'll lift it up and call it good. Need you. Wheel cannot be placed, so definitely. Really? Do I gotta go finish this one first? That was quite a sneeze. Grab that because I don't need it. I already have it. Wheels. So I should have a whole nother wheel here. But alright, so if we cut this off, these things out of the way, now we're basically just attached by that. We need a cockpit of some sort. Preferably not in the way, actually. We'll just stick it right on the fan. Keep our nuts cool while we're driving around in this desert. Connectors, what do we got? 3, 2, 1. I'm guessing it's probably 1, but it's probably 2 actually. That doesn't cause any problems. Switch lock. How are we doing on power? Still showing... Oh, that's because we're on recharge, right? I thought everybody was on recharge. Vector base. EV batteries, all of them. Charge mode auto. Okay. Well, we have... I don't know how much power available, but not 3 hours like I had hoped. Fully recharged in an hour. If I disconnect, I cannot... I'll have to actually work to reconnect. So I hope I have enough power to be getting on with, because otherwise I'll have to like put windmills on here. It kind of makes it better when you work on servers, when you play on servers, because you can like walk away and let your building charge up. I have to do something about this thing. Probably just end up grinding it. Alright, so the order of operations here is to disconnect and then run that piston and put the third wheel on. Hopefully we don't drop too far. I should make sure my wheels are properly height offset. Oh, here we go. No, we're still connected somehow. Are we like... We must technically be a base still. Right, well... info, convert to ship. Why not possible? Why not? I got nothing that is in here. None of this is in the ground. Right. Why was it all stored in the connector?
Inventory full.
Any ideas? Unless that's considered being connected to the ground. That's it. I think it's this one. It'll be painful, I think, but maybe it'll work. Convert to ship is not possible. Why not? Wonder if there's a is there a build info layer? No, apparently not. If these guys were in the ground, I would think that they would go. So what? What could it be? Are you somehow technically connected? Oh, yeah. I have something on here that's only valid. Yeah, the piston, it should be fine. It lifts and lowers. We go to reverse. It should actually say, it does say, it allows me, like the button is there. We go to info, convert to ship. But then I get this error message, convert to ship is not possible. Right, so these guys are raised up as high as they can go. And I've done this a billion times, just like this. So the ladder should be fine. Could be the piston. I'm a little worried if I drop it, I'm not going to be able to get a piston under there.
Inventory full.
Weird that the piston would both block but also be movable. But let's give it a shot. Hopefully I can get a piston under there. It was the piston. It was the piston. Alright, so maybe now we can drop a wheel on it. Yep. Stupid piston. Stupid me for... thinking the piston was going to do something. Alright, well we are off
Fuel low.
to the races here. Oh. What are we talking here for 3 days? 10 hours. 8 hours. Alright. Well, we're gonna actually do this. You know, I should actually lift those wheels back up. Only 7K on a Rover is not for the faint of heart. hopefully we can do it in 8 or 10 hours. This is going to be interesting. Hey, we can stop on the way and grab our gold, which we need for... Yeah, I kind of dismissed the piston at first because I was just, you know, it's a moving part. It shouldn't do that. Put 18 high windmills on this thing. And then just latch it down to the ground with a landing gear. Gold over there. After 3 days when we're not pushing. Right, gold is always deep. You get a couple of superconductors and get that refill station built out. Forget how many it took. 4. I guess if I'm at the ice, I could put some hydro engines on. Maybe charge the batteries that way. Deal, bro. .6. You've got the stuff to do it. And you're on. Why's the queue stopped? Ah, because we're full of gravel. Always dump. You can always get gravel, so I don't feel weird about dumping it. Gotta figure out this thing. I'd rather not have to, like, dig into it, but maybe I do. Or I grind it up and I build a different one. No, it seems a little weird to put the thing right there, since it's right there next to it, but I believe it's a lot faster. Yeah, a lot faster. Where's our ice? Oh, our ice is that way. Yeah, hydro's not going to be useful until I actually get a decent supply of ice, though. And obviously some more. I remember flying over some pretty crazy canyons, which, hopefully we can find a way around, or else I'm building weird bridges and stuff. But we got 3 days. Got 3 days of power. Okay, I need headlights. that's a little better. I'm not 100% blind now. Hey, we can see again. Thought I put smooth voxels on. Oh god. Okay. We're good. Everything's good. So far, this ice deposit has been fairly cursed. Do you think I'm going to blow up once we get there somehow? That thing is being just straight up delivered to me. Sweet. We're almost out of space, too. I know you're a rover enthusiast, dude. I quite like rovers as well. Just a little bit of a bummer to not just take off. On a vector flying base from the beginning. But I think the power issue is definitely a big one. And we definitely need at least a reactor. At least a small reactor or two. But I gotta figure out what's up with this thing. We also gotta figure out how to get it into a position to recharge. I think part of its issue is that it has these tiny little, it has a couple of tiny little batteries. Discovered Interstellar Alliance. Actually not as long of a drive as I thought it was going to be. I just remember moving our base in that scrapyard server. It was like a major operation. We're already halfway there. Actually, it's not technically slower if I actually can fill my nuke with ice. Although we're going to have to figure out more storage almost immediately. Now, unfortunately, my favorite game host doesn't do Space Engineers for some reason. Or I might use my credits on that. Put up a little server we could all play together. Might take a cue from Spange on that though and charge just enough to prevent creepers. Patreons only or something. The respawn pod apparently is still powered and everything. I just don't see any reason to do an actual recovery mission. I'm pretty sure the drop box would time out, and we blew up our cockpit and our cargo box, so it's not like there's ice to recover from there. We're gonna have to go around this. That looks bumpy. I mean, I guess not much more bumpier than this, but it still looks bumpy. Yeah, I feel like it is. There was a spot like that on one of the servers I played with. Every time I flew over it, they just drop out of the sky. Surprisingly stable for, I know I'm jinxing it now, but surprisingly stable for how short it is. I know it is pretty wide though, which is cool. Plunge drill the ice. We still got to figure out what's wrong with that ship. Sucks because we have to actually like cut into it. You know, if I threw a couple of big old tanks on this thing, I could go hydro for the thrust and have no worries about power, you know, about electricity. In terms of running the atmo thrusters. But then we just want to get straight out into space and catch some decent ice stuff. It's right there. Cool. Pretty sure ice is just under all of this dark green spot here. I don't actually have to like worry about it. I can just plunge it a few times and call it good. Might as well start on an end rather than should be ice right below where I'm at. So now it's just about getting a drill on this thing. But I'm gonna just go with one. Don't give me that. Can't withdraw stuff. That goes down there pretty far. I bet I would have trouble driving with it. We went through the ice. Ooh, what happened? Oh, everybody's going. We don't want everybody going. I wanted that to be the up piston. This is the one. That's just about perfect. So how are we doing anyway? Full yet? Yep, the drill's full, H2 gen's going. Right, so where would I stick? Would I stick hydrogen? We gotta figure this out though. I wonder if I can drag this thing or not. What if I were to put an insect connector here? Are you full of stuff? You are. We need more storage first. And we can also stop wasting battery for the moment. Storage. Where does storage go now that we've... Okay. We don't need that there because I actually run small cargoes back here. Give us room for a little bit more ice. Probably get more ice out of it if we set this thing up to a slower speed. So what I was gonna do, right, there's several things to do. That one's full, that one's not. Right. That didn't work. That's not what I want. I want nectar. Enable the place. Does that mean I have the stuff for it? Yeah, I have the stuff for it. It's just not. Well, apparently not. Right. Make sure you're standing on stuff first. Alright, well I guess we're gonna have to go for the ultimate and hacky stuff. It like flew for a second and then kind of gave up. Alright, but okay, but that doesn't. Must be some sort of scripting going on in here that I'm unhappy with. That's gotta be it. Alright. What kind of block are you actually? Event controller, right, off and off. Alright, so now we can dig into this thing. The hydrogen tank is fine. I really hope there's nothing that's just straight only attached to this. It doesn't look like it though. Alright, so okay, there is definitely something wonky because that is like upright, I think. Okay, that guy must be missing a connection. I'm confused because I think no, that's all right. So that's connected to that. So that should just be spitting ice directly in. And then our cockpit is the flush cockpit. The cockpit connects okay. Cockpit is supposed to connect that to that, but doesn't. Although, no, it connects to there. We should be able to get, right, we should be able to get, things. So ice is going into the H2O2 gen from the small cargo container. Well, no, only inventory is on the current ship. Right, and then so the H2O2 gen should be connected, like, it should be connected in. Like, the docking connector and the cargo. Right, we should be able to, yeah, we can go from the cargo to that. And then we go to me. I can connect to the docking connector, but I need to get rid of some of that. Right, so that should be able to go all the way through the hydrogen tank. Okay, it doesn't. So that is definitely the problem. That thing is connected to the tank. It is totally connected to the tank. And then the tank is connected to the cargo. Yeah, that's connected to the tank. Then this is connected sidewise into those things, which are then connected to this thing. Ice and hydrogen should flow. It is filling up now, but I think it might be filling up from... I think it's stockpiling from the base rather than from everything else. But I think the event controller and possibly the scripts were causing trouble competing with yeah. We got two small tiny batteries on here. "20-minute recharge." Now if we can fill... right, get that into there maybe. Okay, but we can't get from the docking connector to the hydrogen tank, so I'm not sure how it's filling. Anyway. We can go from the docking connector to us, but not to the hydrogen tank. And we should be able to go to the hydrogen tank through the cockpit. Docking connector to the cockpit. That. That's the docking connector, and there's its thing, and it's connected. And it's plugged into the cockpit. We pull the cockpit out again. I hope I can get the whole thing without filling up. Yes. So the cockpit connects on the sides to this run. Those are connected somehow into everything else. Well, that thing is somehow central to something. Something is connected to that. It must be this that's causing that.
Inventory full.
Nope, it's not just that. There's something else connected to that that's only connected to that. Probably these
Inventory
blocks.
full. Inventory full.
Okay, yeah. So I could remove that. I need to find a way in. Okay, but the cargo is not connected up properly. That's probably part of the problem. Okay, the end of the cargo is hooked up to that. That's plugged in. And that goes into there. So we should have access to the cargo from the cockpit. Which means we should be able to yank stuff out of the gen. It's just going to keep putting it in, which means we're going to spawn a big old boulder if I cut that thing out and try to figure out.
Inventory full.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense, dude. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
$15 left on my check.
Yeah, I need to turn it off. O2 gen off. And then I can cut it out of there. Oh, well, yeah, I do need to empty it still. Right, we just need to get some cargo somewhere. Right, so that connects to cargo just fine. Ends with a connector. Alright. Alright, so it hooks up to those. Right, and it hooks up to that. Oh no, it doesn't hook up to those on the side. Okay. I think what we need to do is put this flush cockpit forward one more, which will disconnect it from the connector, unfortunately. I think the trying to take off, because it took off fine for a second, and we have battery, we've had battery, because I slapped this big battery on the back just to get it to the point where I could move it. I think it was something to do with the event controllers. It's got these event controllers that are doing wonky stuff. But we need to get, so that thing just connects to that thing. But we need to get it to the point where it actually hooks up to this guy. And if we look at our Control Plus, those mounts, there we go. So if we get it to hook up to those guys, okay, right, so why is that not plugging in? Okay, because that's down there somewhere. No, that should have connectors, right? If we look at not that. Yeah, those are supposed to be connectors. Those guys should connect to this guy, but aren't because they've got him down one. Right. Okay, I see what's going on here. Oh, luckily. So this guy actually needs to be down one block level, which is a lot of stuff. I could put him forward one block level, but that will disconnect him from... That will disconnect him from the connector, which is also part of the whole connections. So then we need to move the connector forward one. The other option is worse, is to shove everything back one. We either need to go forward one here or back one. Okay. I don't have anything in the cockpit. Right. I think I know what happened. I think all right, I need to get rid of that overlay. Yeah, I think we had a different cockpit in there at some point. Whether it be cab or regular or something. And everything was right. Okay, we can't go from cargo 1 to cargo 2 though. Nor can we go to the generator. So we're still... Oh, now we don't have our side connections. What? Yeah. But we might be able to just... Just a regular conveyor. Oh, we need the large size ones, the small size ones, which are around here somewhere. We just run this across here. Does that get us actually plugged all the way in? It might. It was also down. Yeah, it was rotated the other way, I guess. It was also, so it was up and down. The openings were vertical instead of horizontal. But then they were still in the wrong position to connect to where the flush cockpit connectors were. So now, can we bring ice? Oh, let's just make sure we're all on this. Okay. We can bring ice to everything but the ejector. Wonder if this thing has enough hydro in it to actually get all the way to yeah, so it had some sort of AI controller stuff going for some automated purpose. We're filled 100%. We turn stockpile off. Really, we got 97. What if we try to leave ammo? We got 2 hours of battery. My ejector is covered. Oh, and my batteries are on. My little batteries are on recharge right now. Giving us 3 hours of battery. 90. And once we're out in space, it doesn't much matter, right? I mean, we're already losing P gravity like a champ. Now, of course, coming back into gravity could be a bit of a problem. I may want to actually just dump uranium from space. Yeah, we're out here. And we have 71% hydrogen left. Now it's just a matter of finding uranium, which will be very luck-based. Got the ice covered. This thing is using very little power because it's all the thrust is.
Here's that. How does that not look like an asteroid?
Wait, is this camera turned around or something? Oh, that's an asteroid. Alright. We gotta figure out where the thing I was going was. My camera is a down pointing camera for some reason. Oh, that must be for docking. That's what that's for. Thing really got no ores in it, or what? Or maybe we turn it on? That might help. Turn the range jump. Magnesium and ice. Internal ice. We gotta do something about this. So I'm gonna set that to discharge real quick. You just cut it off of there, right? I mean, we don't need it for flight. Hopefully those little batteries are still good. because we do need to dump go out, collect. Right. It should be throwing stone out, but maybe it got, but there's no sorter. We have a sorter? Okay, we do have a sorter. Sorter on, oh, whitelist stone, right. Okay. There we go. Well, I think we've actually got plenty of ice. I think we need to think more about our uranium than our ice at this point. Okay, we're using 35%, giving us 30 minutes versus anything else. Well, that's the real question. Do we have, well, we don't have any kind of assembler or anything. So if we lose it out here, we're just done. We're leaving this thing out here and respawning back at base. Which I should still totally be able to see. Because that's a 50,000 kilometer broadcast. But at least I know I'm at the ice, regardless. Yeah, it doesn't have a... I don't think it has an O2 tank or anything, so it's just assuming you have some ice. Although we're going to have to dump ice if we find uranium. And it is a big if. Or magnesium. I do believe that's it. Ourselves. Oh geez. Our H2 is having a bit of a problem. So I think we're going to have to wait around here for it to get filled up again. If we're going to have it shot at. Oh yeah, silicon. Great. Yeah. It is filling it. But you're right, it's not gonna, that's not gonna run enough to fill one whole thing for sure. Like it's not gonna be enough to run it off that for sure. In fact, if we just turn our engines off entirely, then we've just got to wait around and let it refill, I guess. I don't think it came with a parachute. Nope, no parachute. Yeah, 32 minutes and 18% hydro. I wonder if I could stand it on its tail to stop my downward momentum. So we obviously need to go down and think more about this. We may very well just crash this thing. That is certainly possible. Or actually probably more likely than not. If I can manage to crash it right next to the base without actually hitting the base, that would be cool too. But we don't have parachutes. We need a better way to get to space than this guy. That one hopper thing, there was a little hydro hopper wrapped. I bought like 4 of them when we were playing on that scrapyard server. I was using them to acquire hydro parts. There's a hauler wreck. 17K over there. That seems like something we should go check out. That's planetary though. Sure. Oh man, look at that crazy crack in the ground. That eats the old hydro dampeners. No. Nope. Did we blow up? Wow. Roasters, hydro tank, everything. All right. Hey, we kept one of those. How close did I get? 2K. We were going to replace it anyway, so at least I didn't die from the impact. We had discussed hydrogen engines. But go, no, that's attached. That's not there. Not correct. What I was thinking was we could go like that. Kind of like to avoid. Okay, so it's on that end. So we could put one there. One there, and that'd be two are connected. We don't have much hydrogen though. Although I believe we have a lot of ice. But we're going to run out of hydrogen before we run out of ice even. I can do the same thing this direction with two more. interesting that one started on and the others didn't. So that's putting out 5 megawatts. And this thing is empty soon. We don't need it right now. And we can definitely handle this stuff. So what we do next is put hydrogen tanks on this thing. Probably just right along the back here. But I think we need big ones. That big ones. These ones. Damn it, already built that one. So that's cool and all, but then we have another thing, which is that we're never going to fill these on one gen. Lunge up this thing. Is it perfect for these surface ice? Not a ton of those, so what's the deal? There's your ice. Alright. We could go even further back. Fortunately, I think we're just a little bit too deep. The ice is too deep to drag mine. That would be kind of cool, but the hydro miner's on the other side of the, or the, what's left of that hydro miner is on the other side of the gorge. So I can't exactly go drive over there and pick it up anyway. That's okay. I wanted to get rid of it, I just didn't want to actually have to, like, grind it up by hand anyway, so but with this plunge drill we've got basically unlimited basic resources, plus if we want to we can probably go get a pile of nickel or iron, cobalt, whatever if we needed to. Oh yeah, I forgot about that thing. I have no idea where that was. But it might behoove us to make at least some kind of scout ship. And I'm thinking we'll just go for another hard time telling. There we go, that's the small grid one. Okay. Scrubbed into place. That ought to be close enough. That followed by a cargo. Running here. Why are you guys all of a sudden running? Suction pumps just all the time. And interior plate. Alright, and then programmable block. Maybe I won't actually crash this one. I am taking bets though. Where there was a way. Well, that'll work. Alright. I'll need the... Alright, gyros. Programmable block. Feet, battery. Now thrust. Just gotta avoid the Bermuda Triangle, or I need to learn how to fly. Because Wouldn't actually be that much of a problem. Put an extra thruster on each side. I did it again. But, right. You need to be parked. Right. You are not parked. Why are you guys having so much trouble? All fine there. You're all fine there. And you're fine over there, so what's the deal? Right, so we should be able to run this thing. Like walking off your platform over and over and over again. Alright, but that thing is no longer... Yeah, why did that... What else do we need to go? Oh, this. Right. Run with arc. Suspect that we're gonna blow some stuff up here if I know it got it right. It was just confused. So now we gotta go see where is our friend the... Oh, we don't have an antenna currently. He needs an antenna. Not sure. Oh, I think actually maybe something is named VT in here. But this thing needs an antenna. I thought I had an antenna. Okay. Okay, I thought. Maybe that thing ran out of battery. That's probably what happened. Well, I bet I could find it anyway. Need to get up high enough to see where the where the canyon is. Okay, there's the canyon. So it's either right up this way or right up the other way. Okay. No. Stop. Doing the crazy drop thing. Not out of power. We're fine. Okay, well that's the problem, is we're using more power than we have. But it must be the other way. But I think this is a fine place, actually, to stop. I've been streaming for something on the order of like nearly 10 hours, I think, so... Or it feels like that anyway. Maybe that's not how long I've been going, but... Been going for a while. Let's see if we can come down and land this thing. Okay, I don't know what I did there. No idea. But that is definitely indication. We blew up the battery and most of the thrusters. Something about landing on that thing. Something about landing on that thing causes my thrusters to spin like crazy, and I don't really know why. But, right, oh, well we did damage that, didn't we? It's rolling around everywhere. Nope. We're already up. Alright guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And I'll catch you next time.